basis last year, which provided a significant additional set of funds for state and local government. So in terms of the pool of funding available for Kentucky, it's never been bigger. I know that the Senate President and the Governor have talked about whether or not, and John Blanton, State Representative Blanton and back of me and I discussed this earlier, whether or not a special session might be necessary. But summing it all up, the state has never been in better financial condition, and I'm sure that our elected representatives are going to want to address a problem like this.
Switching gears a little bit, what is your reaction to the FBI raid yesterday on Raleigh?
I'm here today to talk about the flood and the recovery from the flood.
Sir, you were in Western Kentucky in December talking to people who were impacted by the tornadoes. Now we're here on the other side of the state just 8-9 months later. Earlier today, Senator Paul said he's going to talk to President Biden and send a letter to Governor Beshear to send COVID money to help in this area. From what you've toured and seen, what are some of the things that you plan to do, or what are some of the things people have come to you and talked about in just this short span of time?
Yeah, that's the pool of money I was telling you is available. The American Rescue Plan money that came down to the state last year, which is one of the reasons state government has more money than at any time in history. You mentioned Western Kentucky. It's been a tough year for our state. The tornadoes in the west in December, and the person in charge of the FEMA effort here is the same guy I was dealing with in Western Kentucky a few months ago. So overall, this has been an extremely challenging year for Kentucky with regard to natural disasters. But we're going to get past this, and we're already on the ground and already started building back.
Senator, now people are proud people. Do you have a message to Kentuckians who might be hesitant to file FEMA claims, or the process is cumbersome and some are worried about being denied? Any message to hopefully get them the aid that they need?
Well, gosh, I hope we don't run into very many red tape problems in getting people the relief that they need. I think it's going to require assistance beyond what's normally available. And as I said, again, at the risk of repeating myself, there are plenty of funds around that are not normally there as a result of the COVID response that are still, much of that money is still available. And if it requires any reprogramming permission, I'm sure that'll be granted.
Senator, you have represented this area for decades, and I'm sure you've seen many disasters during your career. I'm curious, how does this compare to others that you have seen? And has there been any lasting images or stories that you have heard that have stuck with you?
Well, it's the worst. My previous worst was in December in Western Kentucky, looking at what was left of Mayfield. I think this is even worse, more devastating to more people in more counties, and it's been a very, very challenging career with all these natural disasters. But at the risk of repeating myself again, we've never been in better financial position in Kentucky as a result of several federal programs to address these issues and begin to rebuild and get our people back headed in the right direction. I mentioned over in Neon, I met a woman with a 7-month-old baby. That's the future. We will have a future in Eastern Kentucky, and that young baby underscores looking ahead and being optimistic for the future.
A lot of people have been asking us online why you weren't here yesterday with the president and are concerned that the federal response hasn't been quick enough. What are your thoughts?
Well, as I think you know, Congress was actually in session. The Senate was actually in session through the weekend. We were in all night Saturday night, finished up Sunday afternoon. Frankly, I thought coming at the same time as the president was not a good idea. I thought he'd be adequately covered by all of you, and so I'm here the very next day I was available. Okay, thanks everyone.
Let's take please so that we'd like to have a picture with you before we go.
Well, it's revenue as well.
It's revenue. It's revenue. Yeah, that kind of makes sense.
I'm just saying this. Not too close to the door.
Well, it helps. I just wanted to understand a little bit of your suffering.
I don't think you that.
Yeah, I did. You would think you would have better. No, but I have USB-C.
What's that?
Yeah. Aren't you young? Like,
That's not what
so you can charge it here?
Yeah.
If you like.
I would love to. The Microsoft no, wait, but this doesn't. Because I'm missing the port.
Oh, yeah, that's a USB-C. Right?
Yeah,
That's for you.
Yeah. No, okay, go back.
Oh, okay. It's just, yeah. You have the, oh, you have the cord as well? Oh, you don't have that.
Hi, how you doing?
I know her. First to try this. Very see, they're about to be by half an hour. Oh, they do? Yeah, you'd like to know, wouldn't you?
Very positive.
I almost made that reference. I don't know who missed that maybe. It's confusing.
Well, we would consider me for a surprise night.
For a year and a half. Yes, exactly. Carpal tunnel because of this thing. She's like, yeah, I love that chart. Oh yeah. Lenta is an electric guitar.
But it's subsided. But I took the excellent.
I heard you have a 411. Oh, wrong guy. That's the other They were probably so jazzed that like more of the audience.
My first one I got in 2003 and I bought it in April and May and it was found in October because the 50s are more a target because they can be taken to other states and don't require registration. Then I got two.
What was the word that you recommend?
But that was
Bring it up. Is ice on your drum, man?
I took a vacation.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Well, that, when they did that, so I had several times to So the funniest was funny. The funniest one was I had gone to a Redskins game.
Like you have like Savannah, similar history. Like it's scary.
So, I worked it out, got
which I think makes sense. Like I said, whatever it was.
Anyway, when I got off of that, there is a circle that you have to go around. And so the tricky thing was how to go around it that way. Yeah. That's right. It did work well, but it was a good thing to see.
I can
Oh, did you? I should have. Heart rate. if you're really strong, you just put the tire, the front tire, between your legs and hold it that way.
No, it wasn't hard, but I wanted to
It wasn't strong enough to do.
but it wasn't as tight. So I have to open two panels and it's like different speech. And then like lose it and fix it.
I had trouble consistently with both of them before. You would just push out. Yeah. And when it was I know it. Either parking
And I was like, want your mind wandering. Jazz. What you say?
British pop band. There.
Is he still living?
No, he's in the car now.
Real far Senegal.
Yeah, he was for
That's where the Great Race is getting up. Across the desert. Yeah.
He works in that military. He looked better in school. And he died.
And Gallup survey, people's trust in the elections, very, very low.
And young friends that work, his French, he used to go to the district. He used to go to a lot. He's really carrying it. But now it's removed it.
Nigeria to Anisha. I was working with AIB on Buhari's transition. And so I was working on what you need to have a successful transition.
I don't know why.
Yeah, very nice place to do that.
I wonder myself.
We're waiting for
Yeah, like, you know, it's maybe not. If like you're saying, this is like, no,
So I didn't know myself, and so when I got there, I went which was fine. And I worked there, and then I found out that I was on a
I think there was a couple of
Yeah, it's true. Yeah. But I do think this is a good example.
You know this? Yeah, which I was up there, and I just never heard that was like, that you guys couldn't hear this before.
Yeah, since we did this.
Yeah, so when you arrive, you had a picture of the driver, a picture of the license plate, everything. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, that's really
paid ID.
No, I'm good.
like just for I mean, like personal, my brothers moving all that. The regulations. So you're helping them. Just what's the pictures? Yeah, right. I'll just hire someone. Definitely don't know much about others. Who is this? You got my comments here. Wait, where'd you come from? What? Where'd you come from? Nationality? No. Yeah, like partner. Oh, we're really in person. Oh, that's over. Really?
Yeah.
Actually, this is what you have. What we're talking about here. That's now,
That's inspiration.
Two-minute warning to press briefing, 2-minute warning to press briefing.
Everyone is hot.
Really complaining today. It is.
It's not your style.
I think so.
Gotta give it over time. Are you doing history? Are you actually?
Thanks, how are you? Good to see you.
I'm going to keep it this week, but I do that like every day, so it's fine. I know, but you're on the end of this thing. Yeah, mercifully. Sorry. I always go to the president job to be more on the own presidents. Okay, you know.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hi, Peter. You're like that kid in the class.
What kid?
Like, I'm expecting an apple, like a nice shiny red apple.
Next briefing.
Okay, all right. Okay, so moments ago, the President signed the instruments of ratification for the accession protocols to NATO for Finland and Sweden. Before the signing, the President spoke with Swedish Prime Minister Andersson and Finnish President Niinisto to emphasize the United States' strong support for their decisions to apply for NATO membership and reiterate that the United States will continue to work with our NATO allies to quickly bring Sweden and Finland into the greatest defensive alliance in history. Finland and Sweden will make NATO stronger and deepen the transatlantic partnership at a time when Putin's invasion of Ukraine has shattered peace and security in Europe and fundamentally disrupted the rules-based international order. As the President said, this is a watershed moment for our alliance and for the greater security and stability of the world. As you all saw this morning, today the President signed the CHIPS and Science Act, which will supercharge our efforts to make semiconductors here in America. which power everything from our smartphones to dishwashers to automobiles. You have heard us talk about the economic and national security benefits of this bill for months now. But I wanted to lift up one news story that we heard from the President directly today, and from Joshua Aviv directly today, the founder and CEO of SparkCharge. We know this bill is going to help major companies like Micron, Intel, General Motors, Ford, and so many more. But when Joshua introduced the President today, we also heard how the CHIPS and Science Act will help young, diverse, and self-starting entrepreneurs as well. Joshua's company, SparkCharge, is the first mobile ultra-fast charger for electric vehicles. And he also started Currently, which delivers a charge directly to EV owners on the road. He manufactures all the products his company needs at their factory in Buffalo, New York. And the CHIPS and Science Bill will help Joshua build and grow his business. As the President said today, this is a once-in-a-generation law that invests in America itself, a law that the American people should be proud of. Also, as you may have seen yesterday, that Secretary Blinken was in South Africa, and he announced the new U.S. strategy towards Sub-Saharan Africa. This strategy articulates our new vision for a 21st century U.S.-African partnership. It recognizes the tremendous positive opportunity that exists to advance shared interests along our African partners, and it reframes and recognizes Africa's importance to U.S. national security interests. This strategy also parallels many of the themes we look forward to addressing in December at the U.S.-Africa Leaders Summit right here in Washington, D.C. We encourage you to review the full strategy and fact sheet posted on the White House website. And lastly, the average national gas price, I know you guys love us talking about gas prices going down, dropped below $4 per gallon, according to a leading market analyst. That's delivering over $100 a month in vital relief to American families with 2 cars. This is the fastest decline in gas prices in over a decade, nearly $1 drop in just 56 days, with gas prices dropping every single day this summer. The most common price at gas stations today is $3.79, and drivers in 5 states can now find gas below $2.99 per gallon from at least one gas station. President Biden promised he would address Putin's price hike at the pump, and he has. He is releasing 1 billion barrels of oil a day from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. He is rallying international partners to release an unprecedented amount of oil, and under President Biden's leadership, U.S. oil production is up and on track to reach a record high. More work remains, but prices are coming down, and the President will continue to call on domestic and international oil producers to increase output so that they can continue to come down. With that, Zeke, you want to take us away?
Thanks, Corinne. Just briefly, at the earlier CHIPS signing, the President had several coughing episodes. Is it possible to get an update from his physician about his status after his recovery from COVID, please?
So, as you know, we shared his negative test today. He has tested negative Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, and now today. We have also said many times, I think during the briefing when we were talking about his COVID case, that he experiences coughs from time to time, independent of him getting COVID. And what he's experiencing right now is the lingering effects of COVID, which is something I'm sure many of us who have had COVID have endured or have to deal with, and so that's what you're seeing at this time.
And no update from the physician?
No, there's no update needed. We had actually said that this was a possibility. We had been clear about that. We actually shared that he has an inhaler that he uses from time to time because he has experienced coughs, as you've heard him from even before COVID, that he has dealt with, and basically what you're seeing right now is lingering effects of that. And we spoke to the doctor about this, and that's what he relayed to us specifically.
On a different topic, the FBI is serving a search warrant on the former president's residence in Florida. Was the president or anyone at the White House aware of that search warrant, or has anyone at the White House or the president been briefed in the aftermath of that search warrant being executed?
No. The president was not briefed, was not aware of it. No one at the White House was given a heads up. No, that did not happen.
Is the White House at all concerned, given the domestic political climate, but also the signal that it sends to the rest of the world that the Department of Justice carried out this sort of operation on a former president, that it could even create the appearance of politically motivated prosecutors?
So first off, and you've heard us say this many times at this podium, you've heard the president say this, the Justice Department conducts investigations independently, and we leave any law enforcement matters to them. It would not be appropriate for us to comment on any ongoing investigations. I can say that President Biden has been unequivocal since the campaign. He believes in the rule of law, in the independence of the Justice Department investigations, that those investigations should be free from political influence, and he has held that commitment as president. I want to also remind you all of what he said on January 7th of 2021 when he then nominated Merrick Garland to be the Attorney General, and I quote, "We need to restore the honor, the integrity, the independence of the Department of Justice in this nation that has been so badly damaged." And so many former leaders of that department in both parties have so testified and stated that. I want to be clear to those who lead this department who you will serve. You won't work for me. You are not the president or the vice president's lawyer. Your loyalty is not to me. It's to the law, the Constitution, the people of this nation, to guarantee justice, end quote. So I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
And just lastly, does the White House or the president believe it would be helpful, both domestically and the signal that sends abroad, for the Department of Justice to be more open about the reasons for that search warrant, the underlying evidence there?
Again, this is not something I'm going to comment on today or from here at all. This goes to the Department of Justice, and that's where I refer you to.
Right. Thank you. The President this morning stressed that the CHIPS Act will create jobs, will grow the economy, but when will Americans feel the impact of this legislation? When will this law impact supply chains? When might prices go down because of this?
So Secretary Raimondo actually spoke to this a little bit, and the department is already taking steps to set up the office that will implement the bill. And so we'll have more details on that soon, but we are working hand in hand with private companies who are already announcing new investments here at home because we passed this bill. We had said for many months that we needed to send that signal for companies who were making decisions by the end of the summer. So by passing this and now the president signing this, we have sent that signal. So you see companies working on that, private companies. So Intel is going to break ground on next-gen semiconductor factories in central Ohio in early fall. So that is certainly a step forward. Micron is announcing a $40 billion investment in memory chip manufacturing, which will create up to 40,000 new jobs. And Qualcomm and Global Foundries are announcing a new partnership, including $4.2 billion in chips manufacturing. Qualcomm will increase U.S. chip manufacturing by up to 50%. Just giving you a little bit of already what's happening, and we'll have more specifics on when we'll see a direct effect.
And on this rate, I understand you're underscoring the independence of the Justice Department, but just politically and in terms of the optics of this, are you concerned at all about how it looks for the Justice Department to be investigating and raiding the home of the former president, who may very well be the current president's rival in 2024?
Again, we're just not going to comment on any ongoing investigations from here.
And to Republicans who say it reeks of politics?
Look, I'll say this. you know, the President and the White House learned about this FBI search from public reports. We learned just like the American public did yesterday, and we did not have advance notice of this activity. President Biden has been very clear from before he was elected president and throughout his time in office that the Justice Department conducts its investigations independently. He believes in the rule of law, and what we are a nation of law, and we defer any incoming on this particular incident yesterday to the Department of Justice.
Follow up on that, Green. Republicans have said that they will probe this raid if they take over the House or the Senate after the November elections. What's the White House's reaction to that?
Again, I'm just not going to comment on any reaction to what happened yesterday. We are going to refer any incoming to the Department of Justice.
Okay. But that's not really about DOJ. It's more about what might be coming your way if the election does not go your way.
That's a hypothetical, and I'm just not going to entertain it at this time.
And another topic, the House is meeting on Friday to vote about the Inflation Reduction Act. Assuming that they go ahead and pass the bill, what are the President's plans for signing it?
No plans at this moment to share with all of you. As you know, there's an enrollment process. It takes some time before the bill can get signed. Nothing to share at this time.
Remember when he called parents were terrorists because parents wanted to go to school board meetings? Remember that we find out later it was based upon one union entity letter, and that union took that back away? So was that a setup? He's never answered for that. So what you want to do is preserve why did you make this decision so the American people can see it. And I don't understand why the Attorney General would even wait. Why wouldn't he be out talking to the American public now? Why wouldn't you have made the case? This is why we had to do such drastic level. And I think the American public has the right to know. And in Congress, there are three co-equal branches. There is a check and balance. But right now, there is no check. When the Democrats are in the majority, they haven't had one hearing on the origins of COVID. Have they had a hearing about we're coming up on the one-year anniversary of what happened in Afghanistan, where 13 new Gold Star families lost a loved one based upon decisions what the president made? But we've never had a hearing on that. Have we had a hearing on when the Attorney General went after parents for going to school board meetings? We haven't had a hearing on that. That's a responsibility. The Congress should not be picking and choosing based upon what party is in power in the White House. They should hold people accountable. And that's the point I was making, that the American public, regardless of who you are, you have to have accountability. And we will bring accountability. I think the American public expects a check and balance, and right now in Washington, we have no check and balance. That's why you have runaway spending. That's why when they spent $2 trillion, where only the Democrats voted for it, in that American Rescue Plan. And remember, we warned them this would cause inflation. But it wasn't just the Republicans warning them. Remember, you had Summers, Larry Summers, the former Secretary of Treasury, Democrat, warned him it'd cause inflation. Steve Ratner, a Democrat, advisor to Obama, calls it the original sin of inflation. And they went forward anyways. Now they're going to pass another bill doing the exact same thing in a recession, and it's only going to cost us more money. I would offer this one question to everyone in North Carolina, especially in this district. Could you afford to give up 1 month of your salary? I imagine everyone would say no almost. But do you know, with this new Democrat administration, you not only had to give it up, it was taken from you. Because 1 month's salary is about 8.3% for the entire month, for the entire year. But inflation is higher, so you just lost a full month of salary because of their actions and their policies. So I think it's right that we hold them accountable, we change that, we lower the price of gas, we lower inflation, we make your schools and your streets safe again. We secure the border to stop the fentanyl from coming across. And we bring the supply chain back from China to America. So John can pass this farm on to another generation. And the other thing that we want to make sure, that when he wants to pass this on to his children, they don't have to pay tax on it again. Yes?
A broad question. How important is North Carolina in November?
North Carolina has always been very important, but to me, this election is one of the most important states. It will determine whether we win the majority in the House, and I think win the majority in the Senate. And North Carolina has always been a pretty bellwether state for where we're going. But I will tell you, what I'm seeing in North Carolina today is exciting for Republicans. I think we're going to be able to win the majority. I know it from that fact, based upon what the American people are seeing out there, and North Carolina is no different.
A couple questions for Mr. Hines.
Sure.
Have you moved to the district permanently now?
I do. I live off of Andrew Road in Fuquay Marina.
Okay.
About 5 minutes from Main Street.
And, you know, when folks in the district are concerned about your age and experience, you know, what do you tell them?
Well, I mean, your job as a politician is to be an expert interpreter of information. You can't be an expert in everything. And, you know, we're taking the time to actually meet with folks in our community. All of our time is spent with meeting with experts in particular fields so we understand what their needs are so we can address them in the next Congress. And that's what I plan to continue to do even when I'm there.
And as you've been going around the district, what have you been hearing? What are those biggest?
Well, I mean, people are hurting right now. I mean, their wallets being ripped out of their pants pockets at the grocery store, at the gas station. I mean, we have to get Biden inflation under control. I mean, this is the thing that's drastically impacting their lives on a day-to-day basis. And they're living paycheck to paycheck. We're seeing credit card usage skyrocket over the last couple months. And we are in a recession. We've watched the administration attempt to redefine what a recession is. But in reality, the people on the ground in this community in North Carolina's 13th district, they are hurting economically. And we have to address that issue. I mean, also, when you're talking to moms in suburban areas, you know, these mothers care about what their children are being taught in schools. They want to make sure CRT is rejected in the classroom. They want to make sure their children are actually getting a solid education, you know, learning how to read, learning how to write. I mean, these are things that they care about. They don't want to see politicization in the classroom at all.
And I think, you know, there have been some comparisons with Madison Cawthorn and you, and I think we saw you both together not far from here earlier this year. You know, what do you say when folks are kind of still worried about, you know, sending someone that young to Congress?
Well, you know, I'd say we're radically two different people. You know, we have different experiences, different backgrounds. You know, we've lived different lives, and you know, our similarities are our age and some of the beliefs that we have, and you know, the similarities in there. You know, I'm my own person. I have a lot of expertise in certain fields. I come from an entrepreneurial background. I come from an ag background. I understand what this district needs, and we're going to deliver on that.
In light of the Kansas abortion vote, how has that changed your campaign strategies, sort of knowing that in a state like Kansas, a broad group of voters supported that law?
Well, I mean, I think there's been a lot of misinformation about, one, you know, what the overturning of Dobbs actually means. You know, it sends the rights back to the states to make their own decision. And the people in Kansas spoke. You know, the people of Kansas have a right. They have every right to do that. But, you know, I'm pro-life. Obviously, there are exceptions that exist, including the life of the mother and things like that. But, you know, there's been this blanket target messaging from Democrats that, you know, abortion's illegal in every single case and scenario. That's just not true. And obviously, it gets sent back to the state here in North Carolina. You know, we have a Republican legislature, but we have a Democratic governor, so I don't think much is going to change here.
Question about agricultural policy. You did a video a while back where you said, among other things, you wanted to do a 10-year moratorium on immigration. Can you flesh that out a little bit? It seems like if we had a 10-year moratorium on immigration, that would have a significant, massive impact on farming in this country.
Well, you know, we have H-2A workers here, and we need them, and our farmers need those folks. But, you know, immigration policy in general, I mean, we have to shut down our border first and foremost. And then I think, you know, we're the greatest country in the world. We should be selective about who we let in here, right? I mean, we should get the best and brightest from around the world. I want a diverse immigration policy. I mean, Democrats talk about diversity all the time. Granting amnesty to 12 million people from 3 countries in the world is not diverse. That's not a diverse immigration plan. You know, so I welcome immigrants that want to come here and work. I welcome H-2A workers that want to come here, help out our farmers. A lot of these folks have been coming to the same farms for 20 years. They do a great job. You know, they pay taxes, they benefit our community, but in the grand scheme of things, you know, we have to get our immigration program right. I think that could involve shutting it down for a little bit.
But I don't understand, if there's a 10-year moratorium on immigration, how are
that doesn't affect people that come over here with work visas.
Sorry,
that doesn't affect folks that come over here with work visas.
So you don't consider that part of immigration? So people who come here to work and then leave again,
we gladly welcome those folks.
Consider that part of the moratorium?
H-2A, yes, that's correct.
How do you voted on the same-sex marriage bill that recently passed through?
Yeah, I most likely would have been a no vote on that, to be honest with you. You know, I believe in foundations and the sanctity of marriage, but we already have laws exist, and, you know, I'll refer back to states' rights. I mean, states have the right to pass the laws they want to. You know, their communities and those people in their states can vote on that stuff, and, you know, I think we should leave that up to the states.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Good job, sir.
Okay. Good job. Okay. Thanks, Sam.
Thank you, John.
Glad to have you. Now the rain's cleared up.
Yep. So 270 years, so you were here before the country started.
Before the country, that's right. Every year.
On anybody making under $400,000
No.
a year?
Very clear, no. Hey, Monica. Welcome to the briefing room.
Thank you very much. Former Vice President Pence called on the Attorney General to provide a full accounting of the FBI search at Mar-a-Lago. Is that something the White House would support?
I'm not going to comment on I'm not going to comment on this. I'm refer you to the Department of Justice.
And has the President spoken with the Attorney General today?
I'm just not going to speak further on any conversations. There's no calls for me to preview. Again, just not going to comment on any ongoing criminal investigations.
When it comes to student loans and the current pause on the payments, they're set to expire at the end of the month. A lot of borrowers told us that they feel they've been left in limbo, making it difficult to plan financially. Is there any update on that expected? When can they expect that? And would it possibly just be another extension, or what else is on the table?
So the President spoke to this when he was asked, I think about 2 weeks ago, about the student loan and his decision. He said by the end of August. So we're still kind of at the beginning, getting into the middle of August. So when he's ready to make that decision, we will let you know.
And what would you say to the borrowers that these 3-month extensions are making
I'll say this, and we have been very clear on this. Like, the President understands how student loans could affect a family, and how the pressure of that can really be a lot and put a lot of weight on a family's purse or economic situation. So we understand that. He is going to make his decision on this, and when he has something to say, we will share that.
And just finally on Ukraine, what is the White House understanding of the situation at the Zaporizhzhia nuclear power plant?
Which power plant?
Zaporizhzhia.
So I spoke to this yesterday during the gaggle. Basically, what we said then is that what I said yesterday is, like, we continue to closely monitor the situation. The ZNPP, the Department of Energy, and the National Nuclear Security Administration report that radiation sensors are continuing to provide data, and thankfully we have seen no indications of increased or abnormal radiation levels. We also are aware of reports of mistreatment of ZNPP staff, and applaud the Ukrainian authorities and operators for their commitment to nuclear safety and security under trying circumstances. Fighting near a nuclear plant is dangerous, and we continue to call on Russia to cease all military operations at or near Ukrainian nuclear facilities and return full control to Ukraine. For our part, we will continue to support the efforts of the International Atomic Energy Agency to fulfill its technical safeguards mandate to assist Ukraine with nuclear safety and security measures across its nuclear facilities.
Okay. Thanks, Korean. President Biden is scheduled to leave town for South Carolina tomorrow. Can we get any details on how long he'll be away on vacation, what he'll be doing?
I don't have more to share on that. I'm sure as the days go by, we'll share more about what the timing will be. I just don't have anything for you to share at this time on his schedule.
And would he, I know you spoke this before, but would he come back from that to sign the reconciliation bill?
Well, first we're going to work closely with the House to get that passed in the next couple of days, and once we have more to share, we will share his schedule if that changes.
Can you talk a little about the CPI data tomorrow, what your expectations are, what you guys are looking at?
Yep. So as you know, the president's number one priority is to making sure that we lower costs for American families. That's what we have been saying the past couple of months, especially as it relates to inflation. We laid out our plan on what that would look like. So we haven't seen the data yet for tomorrow. We know that gas prices have fallen. I just listed that for 56 days straight to below $4 nationwide. And we hope those gas price declines will factor in into the CPI inflation data. And because of that, because of the work that the president has done these past several months, as I just mentioned earlier, we have seen a decline, a steep decline, a decline that we haven't seen in more than a decade, saving families about $100 a month. But again, we haven't not seen those numbers yet, and so we'll see tomorrow what that holds. Okay.
Hey, thanks, Kareem. A question about the Affordable Care Act. Does the White House plan to respond in any way to the Kelly v. Becerra lawsuit in Texas, which threatens provisions around preventive care?
Not going to respond to any lawsuits from here. Okay. I'll come to the back.
I know that you've spoken about conversations, or not commented on any conversations today with the Department of Justice, but would the White House now rule out any briefings moving forward as this investigation continues, given the accusations around any sort of partisanship impacting the investigation? I guess.
Can you say more?
Sure.
Yeah.
The question being, is the moving forward, will the president or anybody from the White House be engaged in any briefings with the Department of Justice over this search or the investigation?
When it comes to a criminal investigation, that is the Department of Justice to investigate and deal with. We give them their independence on that.
But not clarifying whether or not there would be any sort of briefings, whether any briefings would be made between the Justice Department and the White House, and whether they would be made public if.
No, I mean, this is not again, they're independent. We are not involved in their criminal investigation. That is not something that we do here. We give them their independence when it comes to that, and so we leave it to the Department of Justice. So any particulars, any specifics on what they're going to do next, or anything into that fashion, I would refer you to the Department of Justice.
I want to ask about student loans just one more time. The way this was described previously in reporting and just in conversation about even in this room is around cancellation and a possible extension when it comes to a decision being made before August. And the president has said that a decision would be made before August. Is it possible that that decision is just limited to whether or not there is an extension or not, and cancellation or any sort of relief is left for another time?
So when it comes to the pause, I know there's the pause and the cancellation. We haven't made a decision yet, so I'm just going to go to the pause first. The Department of Education will communicate directly with borrowers about the end of the payment pause is made. So again, no decisions have been made. When it comes to the cancellation, look, I just said the president understands firsthand the burden that student loan has on families. It puts on families, and we're just going to continue to assess our options for cancellation. So no decisions have been made on that yesterday, and the president has made clear he'll have something before August 31st.
And would any decision impact public and private students of both public and private?
I'm just not going to get into specifics. Once we have more, we'll share that with all of you. Okay.
Thanks, Kareem. Homeland Security announced yesterday that it is ending the Remain in Mexico policy. So I just wanted to see if the White House has any reaction to that. Also, I'm wondering, too, if you can talk a little bit about the timing of this decision. The Supreme Court ruled in late June, that the administration had the authority to eliminate the program. So I'm just wondering what took so long. Did the president want it to be done earlier?
So as we have said before, the Migrant Protection Protocol, MPP policy under the prior administration was flawed, it was inhumane, and it was ineffective. Now that the lower court's order requiring us to continue the policy has been lifted, that happened just yesterday, the Department of Homeland Security has restarted efforts to terminate it. So we were waiting for the lower court, and it made that decision yesterday. So any further detail, I would just refer you to them, to the Department of Homeland Security.
Yeah. So CPI inflation is coming out tomorrow. Another question on that. So you've pointed out that gas prices are not falling. You said the government spending won't really affect inflation going forward. So then has the American people seen inflation peak, and is it now coming back down?
Look, what I can tell you is I explained CPI. We haven't seen a number yet. We've seen the gas prices come down in the past 56 days, which is because of the work that this president has done. We hope to see that is reflected in CPI, so we will see what that looks like tomorrow. As it relates to inflation as a whole, what I can speak to is the work that we have been doing and what we have, the plan that we have put forth, including making sure the Federal Reserve has their independence to make sure that they can do the work that they're doing and they have the strongest monetary policy to work on those things. And it matters that the Inflation Reduction Act is going to looks like it's going to pass. It matters because we have 126 economists, both on the right and both on the D side, Republican and Democrats, who have said it is going to help fight inflation. That is important, including 5 Treasury secretaries, also Democrats and under Democrats and Republican administration. So that's going to be incredibly important, and we're just going to continue doing the work. Yes, gas prices came down by $1 per gallon, but we understand that there's more work to do, and we're going to continue to do that. We leave any data. I'll leave that. We'll see what the data looks like.
The Intel CFO says that they don't expect to see the money until the end of 2023. So then the jobs the president is promising from this act, will they then have to wait till 2024 as the money cycles through?
Well, I mean, I was kind of clear on this, and we have been for the past several months, and I said this moments ago. One of the things about passing the CHIPS Act and now signing it into law, as you saw the president do today, was sending that signal to private companies that we were going to take action to make sure that investments were happening here, right? To make sure that manufacturers were staying in America, and that we were able to make sure that we were doing the work that our country needed to do. To make sure that we're leading across the globe. And so that sent a signal to private companies, and that's why I was able to lay out what Intel is going to do, what Micron is going to do, and Qualcomm, and Global Foundries.
When will we see those jobs?
Well, I think we'll have more to share. This is the question that I kind of gotten, like when are the American people going to feel the impact? We'll have details on that very soon. In the meantime, we're taking steps to set up the office to get this done as quickly as possible. But I think what's important here is that this commitment that we have made, again, CHIPS bipartisan, very important. Both Republicans and Democrats came together to get this done, shows a very loud message to private companies that we want to make sure that we're investing in America and also can compete across the globe. Okay, Sebastian.
Thank you, Corinne. So I'm not asking you to comment on the Justice Department side of this, obviously, because I know your answer. But politically, is the president, who's the country's leader, is he confident that he has a plan to address the way that a lot of Americans, maybe even a very large number of Americans, are being told and may now believe that Donald Trump is being persecuted, that the deep state's coming after you, that the IRS and the FBI are corrupt, all this kind of stuff? This is really believed apparently by really a lot of people. He's the leader of the whole country, as he often says. Does he have a handle on this?
Your question is still asking me to comment on what's happening, right? By me answering it is still asking me a question to comment on it. Oh, absolutely. So I'm going to stick to what I've been saying, is that this is a criminal investigation that's independent to the DOJ, and we leave any inquiry, any questions about what is happening to the Department of Justice.
Okay. Thank you, Karim. One on NATO, one on Ukraine. The President urged the remaining 7 NATO members to complete ratification process for Finland and Sweden, as he said, as quickly as possible. What is desired time frame when he wants other leaders to complete the process? By the winter, by the end of the year? And what's his message to those leaders of those 7 countries, including Turkey?
So we don't have a timeline to share. I think what you were hearing from the president is his strong support, clearly from not just from him, but from Congress, from Americans, about how we support this expansion, this ratification that we saw today with Sweden and Finland. As I just laid out, he spoke to both of them. I will hopefully have put out a readout by now, so you'll hear directly from us on how those conversations have went. And so, we're going to continue to work with our allies and partners to strengthen defense and deterrence, and to avoid to strengthen that defense alliance. It's one of the strongest that we have seen in modern times, and a lot of that is because of this president's leadership. And so we're going to just continue to make sure that we make our voice clear. But I don't have a timeline to share. The president speaks to his to the NATO members very regularly, as we read out to all of you. But this is an important day. We think this is a very important day for NATO as we continue.
On Ukraine, there has been a series of explosions at a Russian Air Force base in Crimea. It's not clear yet what happened, but I'm wondering if you consider Crimea a legitimate target for Ukraine when they use U.S.-provided weapons.
So we are supportive of Ukraine's efforts, as you know, to defend its sovereignty and territory integrity. As we have said many times from here, the fight has been in the east and the southwest of the country, and it's far from over. We have warned this could be a long and protracted war. We will continue to ensure that Ukraine can push back against Russia's unprovoked aggression, and that's going to be our focus.
So is it a legitimate target or not?
Say that one more time.
So is the Crimea a legitimate target for Ukraine when they use U.S.-provided weapons? Because in the past, Pentagon seems to try to convince Ukraine not to use U.S.-provided weapons to attack Russian territory.
So I don't have anything else for you on this. I'm saying to you that we are going to continue to support Ukraine as they're fighting for their freedom, as they're fighting for their sovereignty, against a brutal attack from Russia.
Thank you.
Thanks, Corinne.
I'll come to you. Go ahead, Jen.
I know you said that you haven't seen the president since the bill signing and his opportunities to speak with Speaker Pelosi about her Taiwan trip. Presumably tomorrow they have another chance at the PACT Act signing, but since you have talked with him about the trip since it happened, does he want to have a conversation with Speaker Pelosi about it, to hear what she's heard on the ground, what the Taiwanese government would want to see from the U.S. government? Is he seeking at all a conversation like that?
So one thing they talk pretty regularly, right? This is the Speaker of the House and the President. They have a friendship, they have a relationship. I don't have anything specific to read out about any recent conversation on her trip. What I can say is reiterate a little bit of what the President said yesterday when he was asked about the Speaker going, and he said, it was her right to go. Again, we're going to reiterate this. It was her right to go. There was precedence for this. As we know, Newt Gingrich, when he was Speaker, went a generation ago. And again, it does not change our policy, our one China policy. It does not change any of that, and so I will leave it to the Speaker. She spoke to this earlier today. She was on one of your colleagues' networks talking about her trip, so I'll let her speak to it directly.
Does the President agree, since you just mentioned her appearances this morning, that President Xi Jinping is a scared bully and in a fragile place?
I actually did not watch the interview, but I know she was on. Look, she's going to speak for herself. She is the Speaker. It is up to her to make decisions on where she will travel. It is up to members of Congress to make that decision on where they would travel. What we provide a briefing on what the geopolitics looks like in the region, in that country, the national security components of their particular specific trip. But we are not. And you've heard us say this. It is a co-equal branch of government, but also separation of powers. And she has her right to make that trip. I will let her speak to it and how she feels about it. I cannot speak for her from here.
One more on Russia. My colleagues reported today that a merchant ship carrying military equipment passed Turkey's Bosphorus Strait on the way from Syria to Russia, and I'm wondering if you can give us an update on, how concerned the U.S. is about this, but also was there any outreach to Turkish officials since it was the Turkish Strait?
We don't have anything to share on that from here at this time. Okay, I'm going to try and go to the back.
Thank you.
No, Paul, I'm going to go to Phil. Okay, I'm sorry.
The president campaigned on binding up the wounds of the country and restoring norms, and I'm wondering, 2 years in, if the president believes that he has made progress in restoring the American public's faith in federal institutions.
Well, one of the things that we understand and the president understands, and I've been asked this question in different variations, and it's pretty much the same. When he ran, he understood that we were in a politically polarized environment. He understand that it was going to be a lot of work to bring people together, and I think the work continues. Even in his first 18 months, there's still a lot of work to be done. But he has been able to do some things that people said he couldn't do, right? But bipartisanship on the bipartisan infrastructure law, it brought the right and the R's and the D's, Republicans and Democrats together. That was because of this president's leadership, that he was able to do that, to deliver an infrastructure investment that was historical. We were able to do that with the CHIPS and Science Act, bring the two sides together to get something done, to make sure that we're leaders across the world when it comes to manufacturing. And so there are things that this president has done because of his leadership. Somebody was asking me about NATO. That is also important as well. NATO is the strongest that it's been in modern times because of his leadership abroad. I think there's still more work to be done. It's not like turning the light switch on, and so we're going to continue to do the work. So there's no yes or no answer. We're going to continue to work towards that.
And then you've said repeatedly that the president learned of the news of the FBI visit to Mar-a-Lago the other day through news reports. Can you tell us anything more? Was he watching the news? Was he scrolling Twitter? Did someone in his staff flag it for him?
I can tell you this: he was not aware of the was it the Mar-a-Lago raid? I don't know what you guys are calling it before it happened. So I can tell you that did not know. He learned about it really like all of us did. I'm sure maybe someone on his team flagged it for him, but he was not aware. What I can tell you definitively and for sure, he was not aware of this. Nobody in the White House was. We were not given a heads up, and we did not know about what happened yesterday.
Communication afterwards between the Justice Department and President Biden.
One question for Africa, Karim.
I'm going to come back, guys.
Thank you. Why do we always have to beg for questions? Africans deserve questions as well, Karim. Come on.
What is the latest on communications with Beijing, and are there still efforts to find a meeting for a face-to-face?
No update on his schedule on any meeting at this time. Look, we've said this many times that we're keeping the line of communications open with Beijing. The president spoke with President Xi not too long ago. We read that out. It was more than a 2 hour and 20-minute conversation. That was his fifth conversation with the president, and on staff levels, there's an open dialogue that we're going to keep.
And I have a question, Karim.
Okay, I'll take a couple more questions. Okay, I'm gonna take. Guys, go ahead. Okay. Give me a second.
Asking for
Go ahead.
questions every time, and even when you give questions to Simon, it's because he forced.
We don't need to force for question. We also deserve to have a question.
I will
Why,
get.
do you
I
have
will get.
something against African reporters?
On Afghanistan, Jake Sullivan said last year that there was going to be an extensive top-to-bottom review of the wall and how that went.
Can you start again because someone was yelling over you?
Afghanistan. Jake Sullivan said last year that there was going to be a top-to-bottom extensive review on how that withdrawal went.
The hot wash.
There was some reporting today that that is not going to be ready for the 1-year mark. I guess the question is, why is that process taking so long? What has been the holdup there?
So I know you're talking about the hot washing specifically. So the update that I can give you from here is that departments and agencies have begun their independent after-action reviews of the operations at the end of the U.S. Military mission in Afghanistan. And again, once those internal reviews are done, we will have an opportunity to look at the full picture. Once they're done, we will give you the full picture in a way that will help inform future operations. Department and agencies will share lessons learned consistent with operational and classification security. It's just still underway. Once we have that, we will share our lessons.
So that's wait on like agency level, department level. You haven't, White House hasn't received any.
From what I understand, it's the department and agency levels.
Timeline for when that's.
Don't have a timeline for you on this. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Can I have a question, Kareem?
Thank you. Adjacent to the news of the day from yesterday, since the news of the search of former President Trump's home became public, there's been a lot of reporting on chatter among extremists online about the possibility of violence, people talking about Civil War II, et cetera, et cetera. The president put out a domestic violent extremism strategy last year. Is the White House in contact with the Justice Department, DHS, or other departments about preparing for possible violence as a result of this?
So we've been very clear, and so our message is this, that the president and this White House, there's no place for political violence in this country. People have the right to raise their voices peacefully, but we would strongly condemn, as we have many times from here. The president has condemned any efforts to plan violent behavior of any kind, and so we would ask Americans to remain peaceful in this time. Again, this is something that we condemn. I don't have anything more to share about the particular policy that you're asking me about. Go ahead, right behind.
Thank you, Karine. Can you speak to the importance of the Inflation Reduction Act reaching Black and Brown communities, which we know make up a disproportionate share of poverty rates and pay more in energy costs? And to what extent will the administration ensure that it's implemented equitably?
So clearly we have to get this passed. We're going to work very closely, as we have been, with Congress to get this done, because this is incredibly important, and we want to make sure we deliver this for the American people. I think if you look at how prescription drugs are going to go down, because Medicare will be able to negotiate with companies, that is, with pharmaceutical, that is going to be incredibly important, right? When you think about brown and Black communities are spending, and not just them, but you think about Americans across the board that are spending so much money, our seniors, just to get that vital drug that they need just to live their everyday lives. That's going to have an impact on brown and Black communities, we believe. And when you think about utility bills coming down because of this investment that it's going to make in lowering energy cost, and so those things are going to make a difference. When we think about the ACA premiums, that's gonna keep our lower cost on health care. That's going to make a difference in communities as well. And so when you think about the president's economic plan more broadly, it's always been about making sure that it is economically fair, that we don't leave anybody behind. We talk about building it from the bottom up and the middle out. We want to make sure that no communities feel like they're being left behind. And so that has always been part of the president's agenda, and you see that here with the Inflation Reduction Act as well.
question.
Okay, thank you, Karen. I know you said you don't really want to comment on an ongoing investigation, but what time did the president learn about the raid on the raid yesterday?
I don't have anything more to share, Simon. I've said all that I can about the topic.
Yeah, and also you said that the president believes in the rule of law. Does he believe in the rule of law when it comes to the former president or even his son?
I'm not going to comment anymore on both of the topics that you just mentioned. The Department of Justice is independent with their criminal investigation. The president has been very clear on that, and I would refer you to Department of Justice on those two topics that you just brought up.
One final question from me.
Sure.
The secretary is in Africa. Yesterday he unveiled the new U.S. strategy for Sub-Saharan Africa, but that strategy doesn't have any step to show how the U.S. will counter China or Russia in Africa. Mm-hmm. And why is that?
So I could say this. We want to make sure that one of the things that we made sure about this, our strategy, it had a different approach on a unique approach on about how we are doing it. So we seek to engage not only government leaders, but a wide range of African and U.S. stakeholders, such as youth, business, civil society, and the diaspora. As you know, there's going to be a summit here in December, December 13th to the 15th. And so that's something that I want to make sure that is said as we're headed to the summit in just a couple of months. And our relationship as it relates to Africa, we believe, is incredibly important. I just laid out what the secretary talked about. So we want to make sure we're reinvigorating and modernizing U.S. partnerships across the continent, building substantive reciprocal partnership with African governments, institutions, and public based on the principles of mutual respect, equality, and other shared values, and strengthened by our long-lasting historical and cultural connections. So we want to make sure that our commitment is there. There's going to be many issues to talk about for the summit, and as we lay out our our strategy for Africa, it's going to be about national security. We'll talk about COVID. We'll talk about food security, and we'll talk about other items as well. That's going to be important to both global challenges. That's going to be important to African nations and also the U.S.
If I can ask you this last question.
We got to move on. We got to move on. No. We got to move on. Way in the back. Go ahead.
Thank you. On the CHIPS Act signing today, with semiconductors primarily being manufactured right now overseas in East Asia, what message does this send? Does the president want this to send to China specifically at a time tensions are high?
Look, the president talked about this in his speech as well. He mentioned the importance of being competitive in that competition. This is why this CHIPS and Science Act is so important. So we show that we are committed in investing in us, in Made in America, and committed in making sure that we have manufacturing that's happening here. As you mentioned, chips and semiconductors. As you mentioned, even our national security. Strengthening our national security is going to be important in chips. Strengthening our supply chain is going to be also important as we look at chips. So look, it doesn't stop us. Even the escalation that we're seeing, and that we are being very clear about with how we're communicating on that piece as well. But we also have to continue to do the work of the American people. We have to make sure that we're delivering for the American people, and that's what this shows. It's going to create jobs, and it's going to create those important chips. When you think about the automobiles, when you think about the smartphones, all of these things, it's going to be important in lowering cost for the American people. And so that's our message to the American people, is that we're going to make sure that we deliver for them and lower costs and create jobs at the same time.
More on inflation with numbers coming out, wanting to get more detail about what the White House is prepared to do to help families on a fixed income or still struggling.
Look, that's top of mind for this president. We talk about that pretty regularly how lowering costs for Americans is so important, how lowering costs for Americans is critical. We understand what is happening. The president personally understands what's happening around the kitchen table and the conversations that people are having about how are they going to put food on their table, how are they going to put gas in their car. That's why one of the things that we have been talking about and working on with the gas prices coming down the last 56 days matters. It gives Americans a little bit more of breathing room. So the president laid down what his inflation plan is. He knows there's still more work to do, but again, the Inflation Reduction Act, once that gets passed, that is going to make a difference in people's lives. Prescription drugs, utility bills, and we think about ACA, bringing down the premiums for folks. That's going to make a difference in people's lives. The CHIPS Act I just laid out, that's going to make a difference in people's lives. And so that's the work that we're going to continue to focus on, and we're going to make sure that we deliver for the American people. All right, thanks everybody.
Such a group effort, an effort of inside maneuvering, outside mobilization, families telling their stories. Mr. Ruiz having 3 degrees, graduate degrees in terms of public health and being a doctor in the U.S. Maybe one is not as undervalued, I'm not sure. And to have be an intellectual resource on this. Mr. Takano really, this is his legislation. He is not in town today. He'll be back tomorrow. But I want to mention his name because, again, he has, as chair of the Veterans Affairs Committee, has done so much to take this bill to where it is. It was a heavy lift, I have to say, because it was such a major problem, and the solution would have to be major and costly, and not to overpromise. So you really struck the right balance, Mr. Ruiz. We're fortunate indeed that we had the benefit of your experience and your knowledge on all of this. And if you listen to the stories of the families, it breaks your heart. We've had them here again and again. And I just say, apart from this, I'm so glad that Congresswoman Underwood is here, because she's going to have a tremendous victory on Friday when we pass the IRA, the Inflation Reduction Act. It'll have a major piece in there that's so important, kitchen table issue for America's families, and that is the extension for 3 years of the subsidies to lower costs. And that was her legislation in the rescue package, and now it has to be extended. So she was relentless in pursuing that, and we're so glad it made the cut in that bill. And at the same time, having historic legislation to enable the Secretary to negotiate for lower drug prices, very, very significant as we save the environment, produce jobs, and that. But back to our purpose here. This is when we sign this, we'll be sending it over on its way to the White House for the President to sign. It will make a tremendous difference in the lives of our men and women in uniform and their families. It's named now, you may have recalled that the President was there when his mom came to the swearing in. Private First Class Keith Robinson, a veteran stolen away by cancerous toxins. Again, this bill will recognize toxic exposure at the cost of war. When you go to war, this is really part of the combat. It could affect up to 3.5 million American heroes. And this one is heartbreaking because it not only applies to the person in uniform, but it applies to their families. It addresses the harmful effects of the water at Camp Lejeune. And that not just for the person in uniform, but their families, and the consequences are terrible. It's a bipartisan bill, and we're very pleased with that. And we're striving all along to continue to make it so. And I'm going to just say, I mentioned Mark Takano. For years, we have a regular meeting with the veteran service organizations, and for years they've been talking about this. Mr. Reese and Mr. Takano captured this. There was some support for it in the Senate too, so now it would be bicameral and bipartisan. But there are groups called the Burn Pits 360, and they're outside mobilization where you've probably seen John Stewart and John Peel in their, shall we say, very direct language when the Senate didn't pass it. I just want to mention one of my constituents. I sent him a video today. His name is Colonel Michael Seltzer. He's a loving father, devoted husband, a daring fighter pilot who fought valiantly in the skies over Iraq and Afghanistan. And his commanding officer said he was the best pilot he had ever seen. During his service, Colonel Seltzer was exposed to toxins, fuming from burn pits. This week he's fighting for his life, being treated for stage 4 cancer. Again, we're grateful for his courage, prayerful for hopefully some remedy that will come along, but just one of so many who were affected by the burn pits. Biggest 3 football fields,
yeah.
All kinds of junk thrown in there. How could they do this to our men and women in uniform? How could we put them in harm's way in such a trouble? So now I'm going to sign this, and again, I sign lots of bills all the time, but this one really hits home for so many American families. With their courage, their patriotism, they sacrifice so much for our country. And as we say in the military, on the battlefield, we leave no soldier behind. And when they come home, we leave no veteran behind. But this is something so mysterious. I'm glad that we also have Elizabeth Dole's initiatives in here for the hidden heroes, the caregivers, who do so much for our heroes when they come home. So it's a pretty exciting day. We'll go tomorrow to the White House where the President will sign the bill, and it will be cause for celebration. As sad as we are, that is needed, but as grateful as we are for the services that men and women have rendered, the sacrifice of their families. And again, I'm grateful to the President for his leadership to make sure that this happens. I'm going to sit down and say, okay. Mr. Weiss, would you like to say something about this as we clear this up?
I'm just trying to hold back the tears because I am so happy in celebration, thinking of all the veterans throughout the years who have died as delayed casualties of war from a self-inflicted Department of Defense wound, the veterans who are 100% oxygen dependent, no longer able to provide for their families, falling into deep depressions, and some even committing suicide because of that depression. And especially, I'm thinking of a constituent of mine, Jennifer Kettner, who made me aware of this in 2017 when she died of pancreatic cancer due to burn pits, and asked me to help lead this fight to help this issue. And so the fact that we have 23 items that are presumptive benefits due to their exposure to burn pits, and that's just 23 items. One of them, for example, cancers of the reproductive organs, so that's more than 23 illnesses that are included. It's the most expansive access to care in our generations. 3.5 million veterans will have their pain and suffering reduced because now they'll have access to health care, and their widows and their families will be taken care of because now they have access to benefits. And so thank you, Speaker Pelosi, for your leadership. I thank Chairman Takano. I thank all of the advocates, the Burn Pits 360s, and all the VSOs who made this a reality for veterans. This is one of the most significant pieces of legislation for our veterans. And we also thank the Biden administration, who had a pivotal role in early on in classifying rhinitis, sinusitis, and asthma as presumptive benefits for those illnesses due to burn pits, which was a game changer for this motion. So thank you so much. And
well, Speaker Pelosi, Congresswoman Lauren Underwood of Illinois, a healthcare professional herself.
Thank you so much for inviting me to join you today. It's been a real honor to serve on the Veterans Affairs Committee with Dr. Ruiz and Chairman Takano. You know, we know that so many of the veteran service organizations have made this a priority, but it's also been a bipartisan priority for our committee during our term in Congress, and I know that this will save lives. You know, we take for granted that veterans have access to health care, but there's many who don't. And there's many who have been struggling to be able to get the care that they need. And this legislation will go so far in offering comfort and hope to those families during their time of suffering.
Thank you for your service, both of you on the Veterans Affairs Committee, and for joining us here today. This means a lot to me because going back before I was in Congress, I was involved in some activism on Agent Orange. It took so long. It took so long for justice to be done in that regard. We even have a little piece of it in this bill still, as we learn more things. But I remember sitting in with veterans who were, because of Agent Orange, who were on hunger strikes, and as if that was going to make a difference. You know, they should have not had to do that, but again, determined that we would get something done to help them. And that happened a few years ago, and now we have this to go even further. So again, it is emotional for all of us. And again, thank Mark Takano for his leadership, Senator Tester in the Senate, and of course the President of the United States. It's unfortunate that the Senate had to pull a stunt and not pass the bill on schedule, defeating the bill. Thanks to the families who had all-night vigils to make sure the public was aware of what was happening. Again, outside mobilization, it's what it takes to get the job done. So for our veterans, we thank them, we love them, we pray for them, and we want to do the best for them. Onward to the President.
Thank you.
I'm so happy that you're back. Everybody's gone.
Speaker Pelosi, any comment on the president, former President Trump and the Mar-a-Lago raid?
No, I don't know anything more than you do, just what you heard last night. I'm sorry if you seem rude to you, but we don't talk politics.
Oh, great. I'll have our. Oh, yeah.
across the way there. after this, though. izleyicilerimiz gerek ana vatanım Türkiye'den gerekse de dünyanın pek çok noktasından bizi izleyen herkese sağlıklı ve mutlu günler diliyorum. Amerika Birleşik Devletleri'nden herkese selamlar, sevgiler. Kıymetli izleyicilerimiz, dünyanın gündemine adeta bomba gibi düşen çok çok önemli olayla karşınızdayız.
Sorry.
That's why he was smiling when I said how the deal
I'm only supposed to go with my person. So if anything, you work it out.
Alright guys, you sound like I do have this. Yeah, where I was a teacher,
Oh, how are you? Doing all right? Doing all right, sir. Good, good. Thanks, Joe.
So you're saying that
I mean, I didn't sign up.
How's that going?
I want you guys to know we are up on one of these weeks. I didn't know if they all were going to roll on the stream or anything, but I'll let you know when things get started.
Well, you can read it first, of course, before you.
There's a sign and speak.
Michelle, are you giving those out soon? Are those the letters?
Well, I'm having them sign them first. You want a copy?
I think, yeah. Thank you.
No. Give them my size.
84, 85.
How you doing, sir?
How are you doing?
Yeah, you're good.
Miss Miller.
Yeah, I thought you did.
Hey, of course. Where else would I be?
Yeah.
It's kind of thrown together.
I like those.
Yeah, he said he was at the shooting as well. He doesn't really matter. He just had his community weapons. I don't know. I guess Second Amendment. It's all you want to have is right for him. Everybody else on the other business. Because I said, dude, put your seatbelt.
Give your phone back.
No, That's the officer that I asked to give him a ticket because he watched another officer's eyeball without a seatbelt, and he refused to give him a ticket. This officer refuses to ticket other officers. The law's for thee and not for me. We can break the law and you can't. We're here to ticket you for ticket money, and we want it for free. I mean, if it was my truck, like that officer right there, Google it. It is already. Oh, it's hot? I don't know where my it's hot. Maybe it's in the middle. All the bodies.
Thanks, John.
I was trying to log into my Samsung account to find it, but I gave my wife to my email.
Oh, it does.
That's just great. There you go, even better.
Thanks for joining us today, Canada. Please let me know where you're from and where you're watching. Illinois, Colorado, Virginia, San Diego, Hawaii, Oregon, Michigan, Houston, UK, Canada, Louisiana, Seattle, KY, Arizona, Florida, Oklahoma, United States, Denmark, Tucson, Arizona, Cali, Amsterdam, Australia, Dayton, Australia, nationwide, baby, worldwide, we are watching worldwide. Yeah, brother. We had these first officers I was like, you should have saved your tag by the time.
officers had to show up and put him in his car.
All of their videos.
Yes, but it's already filled. Oh, no, I'm not saying my thing is my Thank you.
Oh man,
She hasn't come in yet.
Your numbers are good right now?
Yeah.
Please volunteer to go out. Is there a resident with a child here that doesn't have a seat?
No, there's
No, we're trying to get family in here. We prefer to have family.
If there's a resident with a child, I'll give up my seat.
How about a family member?
a family member of one of the
One who lost
children.
someone.
Absolutely. I'll
Okay.
give up my seat to him.
Okay, we'll do that.
Absolutely.
That's great. Okay, we got it.
Can you stand? Can you stand?
I don't care.
There's pretty much like an overflow room.
I don't care about that.
It's still going to be, you can still view it.
Okay, I'm just asking.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And if you're with me, I'm gonna tell you straight up right now. If you're with me, you can give a receipt to the family. Absolutely. Right here. You're gonna have to.
This meeting is for the family.
Okay.
We have to admit that, so.
Are you with the family?
No.
Okay.
People like us sometimes but we are respectful.
Can I have one more volunteer? We have the husband.
Okay, well,
Okay. Thank you very much.
Any of the press want to stand up?
I can stand.
I was going to say, I can stand up.
Dan, you have another one? I mean, Rosa's willing to move.
Yeah, we do.
Giving up her seat. Another family member? Another family member? I'll allow another family member.
Any more family count? Let us know.
Next to the sunset on that side. The walls of all.
They'll call you. There's a signage.
Yeah, by the end, I understand. I understand what you do. You gotta give leniency sometimes.
Right now, there's no more family.
Speaking.
Yeah, you can still speak.
Yeah, I'm speaking to, I'll give it up.
You can still speak.
I know, I said
Even if you're not sitting here. So I got 2 spots. Okay, all right.
We got 2 more.
Just in case somebody shows up late. Okay.
What's that? We're down to 1 camera for that.
City of Valley, Texas, regular city council meeting, 6 p.m. Tuesday, August 9th, 2022, at City Hall Council Chambers. So I apologize that we're back here, not at the Civic Center, but we had the Civic Center booked with Avanci, and we couldn't get set up in time today. So I apologize for the tighter quarters in that, but this is the best we can do on this much notice. So with that, Emma, I know you're here as minister. We were looking for a minister to lead us in prayer if you would like to.
Absolutely.
This is on yet.
All right, let's just come before the Father. Father God, we come before you this evening and we submit this time to you. And Father, we ask for your wisdom to rule and reign in our hearts. And your word says to let peace be the umpire of your hearts. And so, Father, I ask that your peace would settle in on us here today. I ask that your wisdom would rule and reign among us. I pray for our city council members. I ask, God, that you would give them great wisdom, that you would cause them to see beyond the here and the now,